Hey everyone, and welcome to another edition of Griot's. Yep. Can you guys hear us? We have some technical difficulties, apparently. All right. Well, we'll keep talking as if we know what we're doing right now.
Yep.
Until
hopefully you guys can hear us.
If you guys can't hear us, let us know in the comments. We just got everything set up, but we're here for another YouTube Live, and today we're going to talk about off-road vehicles and motorcycles.
Yeah, we've got one off-road vehicle, nice UTV behind us, and pretty sweet Harley, as well as a dirt bike to go over. They're not terribly dirty, but pretty dirty. It's been dry out here, so not too much mud on them.
We'll get some close-up action so you guys can see. These things aren't perfectly clean. So we're going to show you the best way to approach cleaning them, the multitude of materials that these types of vehicles have, that some of them are similar to cars, some of them are quite unique based upon their body construction, how their materials are exposed, and really just we've got a really awesome array of products that you may already be using or you may not have thought to use to make it that much easier to clean these type of vehicles.
Yes.
So that's what we're going to do all day today.
Got some pretty sweet shortcuts and processes that are, like Nick said, similar to what you would do on your everyday driver, but unique, a little bit unique to off-road vehicles and motorcycles. As always, make sure you post your comments and your questions down below for a chance to enter the giveaway, which today is one of our complete foaming kits.
Yeah, so we're going to do some foaming because that's a great way to remove some of the heavy soiling that you'll get on, say, a dirt bike, which we'll bring out a little later, or this side-by-side that you're going to go off-roading in those. And then we have different processes that we can use on a kind of higher finished bike like this Harley behind us, and how to approach all of that. So again, as Sam mentioned, be sure to comment, leave your questions. If we don't get to you in this live, we will have a follow-up that we always do. It's called No Questions Left Behind. We post those on Friday afternoon where we go back and answer all the questions that we didn't get to today, whether they're a different topic or it's just an overwhelming amount of questions, which we can usually depend on from you all. We come back and answer, and you do have a chance to win the giveaway there. So do not hesitate to contribute to the chat, and please raise your hand if it's your first time here. We love giving away products and giveaways to people who are active participants, ask great questions, or are first timers.
Yeah, and whether it's your first time or your 20th time, make sure you subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the No Questions Left Behind or any other of our awesome videos that we're working on.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy, but we're getting close to SEMA. I mean, we're already planning SEMA.
Yeah, it's not quite SEMA crunch yet, but it always comes up faster than we expect it to, so.
No, but in what you guys know who've been following us for a while, we definitely have a lot of products that we debut at SEMA. So subscribing to the channel will make sure you're the first to know when we have those products in stock and any videos about what they do and their purpose, and we've got a lot.
Yeah, I think historically that SEMA launch video is always one of our most popular, so you definitely don't want to miss that one. Be the first to know all of those new products. Really, we show you the first day of SEMA, so you know just as early as anybody who's out there on the inside at the show. And yeah, it's a great way to learn about the new products and get them on your wish list before Christmas.
Yeah, and as always, we've got our crew behind the scenes. We're going to be moving the cameras around, showing you some close-ups of the processes that we're doing. Stevie does not have a mic today, so she's going to help us out with any chat questions, and we're going to have to shout at her. She's also going to help be, Vanna White with a couple of towels that we forgot to grab before this one. So let's jump in. We've got some events, some pretty exciting ones. Like, we're in the midst of it. I just got back from Rolex Reunion. That was awesome. Our events trailer actually didn't make it there, but our events crew, in their generally good-mannered nature, set it up, ran into a lot of you. Thank you so much for coming and saying hi. We really value your business and just the fact that we can say hi because we're the only ones there.
Yeah, for sure. Always good to be out at those events, and like you said, it's really the height of event season. I mean, Car Week kind of the pinnacle of all of the car show gatherings, but we still have some big ones on the horizon with the Good Guys 36 West Coast Nationals in Alameda County, Alameda, California. So that's at the fairgrounds August 25th through the 27th. So coming up this weekend.
That's a great one. Where Good Guys was founded, huge show. So if you are into hot rods, or maybe you're not into hot rods yet, go to that show, check it out. It's a great one. And then we usually don't mention, or we're trying not to mention a ton of our local shows, but this is one of our national partnerships. We are hosting Radwood PNW here at the Griot's campus. We're calling it the Griot's campus because it will involve Griot's Motors. We're shutting down the street. It's one of the biggest shows we put on annually, and if you don't know about Radwood, it's a celebration of all things 80s and 90s. So the cars, the apparel, the vibe, the rad, bodacious, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Street Sharks, all the great ones. So we encourage you to come in costume. It is an awesome show.
Yeah, if you haven't seen our sweet ad that we did for that, you gotta check that out on Instagram. It's a pretty funny one, if I do say so myself.
Hey, you know what? We got in character. Yeah. All my family members that watched that, they're like, "You were really creepy when you were talking about the kids coming to the show." I'm like, well, that was kind of the point. I'm not generally creepy. I got 3 little kids.
Yeah.
I love little kids. Your kids are safe. Trust me.
Just a little humor in there, as always. But yeah, that's an awesome show. Some of the, all the cars really from, my childhood.
Yeah, I got a lot of Radwood cars.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with me because they suck, but they're awesome too. So there's some good ones in there too.
Yeah, that's always a fun one. Even bigger this year too with the street shutting down.
Yep.
So following that, we have the Triple Crown of Rodding September 8th through the 9th at the Nashville Super Speedway in Lebanon, Tennessee. That's another big one for the hot rod scene. And then getting into September.
Then we're getting into September because we won't see you guys again for our next live, which will be on September 20th. So put that on your calendars. We will remind you, you can always follow us on Instagram and Facebook and sign up for our emails as well if you need reminders for those dates. But it's going to be a while. And our last show that we'll be doing in that period of time is the Good Guys Colorado Nationals in Loveland, one of my favorite events to go to. In fact, the gentleman who donated his Harley for this show tonight is our e-commerce manager, Dell, and that's his favorite show. He goes every year.
Yeah.
Have some good microbreweries down there.
That's a good one. Great part of the country there in Colorado as well. So yeah, I think that finishes off September for us.
And if we inspire you to buy anything tonight based upon some products that you may not have in your arsenal to treat things like we're going to show you, we do have an ongoing promotion. If you spend $40, you get a free set of PFM terry weed towels, the 16 by 16. Can use those for a ton of different things. Extremely absorbent, great for rinseless washing. I like using them for door jams and touch-ups, or just removing polish and wax on less sensitive surfaces. And you use the code SMLCZ to get a free 2-pack of those PFM towels. Those really put us on the map.
Yeah, those are the first PFM.
And
that standard size is great for drying motorcycles, dirt bikes, UTVs, and side-by-sides as well. Usually you don't need the XL or even the smaller drying towel if you're doing a motorcycle especially. So those small towels make it easy, less to risk dragging along the ground or the driveway.
It's what I use the big PFMs to dry my cars, and then I give my boys the small ones so they can, do all the below the belt stuff that I don't want to bend over.
Not quite as hefty when they're full of water.
And
either.
Once the car is clean, so long as I don't catch them dropping it on the ground, which I have.
Yep.
Little jerks.
Yeah, hey, happens.
And they can help me drying, and they're around the cars. All right, guys, so we're going to get into this right now. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to jump in and do a lot of demos. So we've seen some questions come in already. That's great. We definitely will address some of them as we go. But first of all, if you're familiar with washing cars, whether they be modern day traditional color clear cars, or even old hot rods that have single stage paint systems, you're going to see some of those paint jobs on things we're talking about. Some of this also will apply to other vehicles that are not necessarily cars or trucks, like RVs and boats, because we're going to talk about gel coats and how to approach them for correction. But really, The first step is assessing the materials you're dealing with. That's going to guide a lot of the products that you use, how you can do the major washing processes from exterior. I mean, this thing's not closed. The Harley is completely exposed. Yeah. A lot of these materials tend to be weather and waterproof. That doesn't mean you want to just blast them with water all the time.
Yeah.
So knowing the materials you're approaching for cleaning is really important.
Yeah, lots of plastics on these types of vehicles as well, whether it be a motorcycle. It's a little less plastic, but you still have a lot on there if it's a street vehicle. And then off-road vehicles specifically, lots of plastics. Sometimes they're coated or painted, and other times they're bare plastic. So a couple different scenarios to deal with depending on what you're working on.
Yeah, one of our best posts, I think originally when we got on Instagram, was some guy that went out and polished his ride-along mower.
Oh yeah.
Because it was plastic, it was gel coat, and it responded really well, and it had oxidized really, really badly.
Yep.
And I remember the pad facing that he showed us just this green, and this went from this dull John Deere tractor to this beautiful green tractor.
Yeah.
And I know all the dads with ride-alongs, you want to have the best looking tractor out there. So definitely. A lot of this can apply. But yeah, those this is a pigmented plastic, but it's going to respond really well to some polishing. But ultimately, we're looking at all of the materials. So the body being one aspect, we've got anodized or powder-coated metal components in this roll cage. We've got a plastic, essentially trim piece material that would be common on a lot of cars that will clean very well, but needs to be protected and treated a different way. We've got mirrors, we've got wheels, tires, we've got brakes. On the Harley, we've got leather, definitely a color clear paint setup. We've got a lot of polished metal. So we're going to approach all these materials very differently. And really just for you guys watching, we're going to focus on one vehicle at a time and do those recommended steps. But categorically, we want you to take a step back and understand the different materials you're approaching. We will address windscreens as well, those clear plastic that are typical of a lot of motorcycles, and here on this side-by-side as well. It's a really problematic thing. People get really frustrated when they yellow out, they spot, they get scratched up, they aren't as clear as they can be. So we've got some tips for that as well.
Yeah, good question. It's specific to what we're just talking about right now is, can a lot of these demos be used on watercraft also, like jet skis? Absolutely. Yeah. A lot of the same types of surfaces. Big benefit of jet skis, just like a dirt bike or a UTV or side-by-side ATV, is you don't have to be too discriminate on what you soak with water and foam, since they're built to get wet and be out in the elements.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at this thing in particular, we've got probably a marine-grade vinyl interior surface.
Yep.
We've got everything electronically sealed up pretty tight. I mean, this is meant to go through mud.
Yeah.
So it's not just exposed to elements, it's heavy particulate. So
meant to get wet.
I can look at this and confidently say, I can put water on everything.
Yep.
So I'm probably going to approach this with a more traditional washing method versus this Harley behind me. Yes, of course, everything is pretty airtight, watertight, but if I put a lot of water on it and I've got all these intricate little areas, I'm going to risk not rinsing all of that material out of the backside of a tailpipe that may not seem like it's important, but if it starts to degrade or look bad, it's going to be pretty hard to polish that out. So you might want to take a waterless approach to that particular.
Lots of easily spotted surfaces on Harleys or bigger cruisers like that specifically, where you got tons of chrome, things like that. So.
Yeah, but it's a boat is another one where it's supposed to be waterproof. Like a big wave comes over your bow, you're not really worried about all your speakers blowing out unless you've modded them out and done non-water resilient speakers. But it doesn't necessarily mean you want to hose your speakers down. It just means you could probably go over them a little more gently than, say, the whole hull or your seating surfaces. You may not want like an alkaline foam on them, but it may also not be something that can damage them.
Yep.
So you've got risk profiles in all of your approaches here.
Lots of different ways to go. So I think, as Nick mentioned, you want to assess the materials and then understanding, the level of soiling. Is it, a Harley that's really well taken care of, like the one we have here, where, like Nick also mentioned, you may want to approach it with a rinseless or a waterless solution to get it clean so that you're not risking, exposing areas to water that may spot or be difficult to get completely dry. And then on, motors or dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, all that good stuff, usually they're going to be very dirty. If you guys are using them right, this one, like I said, it doesn't have a ton of heavy mud, but I don't know how much you guys can see there coming through on the camera. I mean, the tires are filthy. The body of it is generally filthy. There's, definite mud, good layer of dirt. So these, foaming is going to be one of the best approaches for any type of side-by-side ATV or dirt bike, because you can really foam down the whole thing, and that makes cleaning it very effective and efficient.
It also will help encapsulate some of that heavier dirt, and then when you follow a foaming process with a high-pressure rinse, you got a lot less material to fight and pull off, a lot less potential for abrasion. Now again, am I treating this like a show queen? No. Do I want it to look terrible when I go to resell it and upgrade in 3 years? No.
Definitely not.
So, I know that we saw a lot of like Baja style 911s down in Monterey, and every one of them was as dirty as can be.
Yeah.
And it was like this little pissing match between Baja 911 owners. It's like, okay, guys, you don't have to try this hard, but
Who uses it
you
most?
can wash your Porsche. It can still look clean and,
yeah.
and look Baja style, but it was like a badge of honor. But, so you're gonna have a little less, a little more forgiveness, I should say, in some of your processes. It doesn't mean that your consistent washing shouldn't be safe and shouldn't, prevent damage from all of your material surfaces.
Yeah, we've got lots of different solutions, from super muddy and nasty to, just moderately dirty, or cleaning it up for, taking it out or selling it or something like that.
Yeah. So planning your care process is pretty critical as well, because if you can treat everything uniformly, that really does make your job easy. It means it minimizes your tools, it minimizes your chemicals. So picking versatile chemicals is great, but also making sure that, hey, if you do have sensitive materials, you segregate some of the processes. But for something like this, side by side, and its soil level in particular, the body is one soil level, but the undercarriage and engine are also exposed, I'm going to want to foam it all. And I can indiscriminately foam the interior too, because I know it's watertight. I know it's a marine grade vinyl. I know it's not like a high gloss vinyl, so I'm going to be able to clean it really easily. Do I want to camp a ton and foam a ton in here? No. Am I worried about foam overspray? No. But that could be the difference between choosing something like foaming surface wash, a pH neutral product, if your side by side is lightly dirty, or something a little heavier like foaming surface prep, which I could use for the undercarriage, the body, and potentially the interior without running the risk of damaging it.
Yeah.
So that's really what we're going to do. We've decided that, hey, this is a high gloss plastic exterior. There is a heavy level soil primarily under it that we want to clean up. And then we're not going to put the foam cannon in the interior, even though we could, but we're not going to worry too much about it doing any damage. So we're just going to foam this whole thing.
It's going to get foam no matter how careful you are, really, if you're using a cannon.
Yep, and then the other thing too is look for the common materials. So as we mentioned, it has wheels and tires. These are rubber tires. These are wheels that have disc brakes behind them that are going to have disc brake dust. So I'm going to use my wheel and tire cleaning process, whatever you prefer, whether that's our combination wheel, tire, and mat cleaner, or a heavy duty wheel cleaner and tire cleaner. So those are great things. And then likewise, with that exposed engine, you're going to get kind of the exterior elements of muck and dirt and mud, but you also may have some leakage, some oil, some fluids from the engine that might be a little heavier, and that might bias you towards a more alkaline cleaner, which again falls right into place with foaming surface prep.
Yep.
If I can knock down some of that grease as part of my foaming process, my cleaning job and my detailing in there is going to be a lot easier. All right, should we foam this thing?
Let's do it.
Okay. So, as we mentioned, we have a couple different options here, but we've decided for this because of the soil level, in particular under the fenders of this, where your tires are spreading up mud. If you're going out in dirt and mud, it's going to saturate these heavily, so I'm going to be able to foam under there and have great access. All the body panels I'm going to use with foaming surface prep, and then I'm going to get some of that exposed undercarriage and suspension as well. So, but I'm going to leave the wheels and tires. I'll probably just hit them with the foamer as well, but I'm going to do those separately. Because this isn't super tall, I can do a more narrow foaming spray or foaming stream, and really focus that foam on the body panels. Will you turn that on for me? Perfect. All right, guys. Leaving some pressure there. There we go. Okay, so as I mentioned, a more narrow foaming stream, and I've got this thing kind of tightened up and turned on its axis so I can foam a little bit easier in a more vertical space. I've got that Harley behind me, so that's really the only thing I'm trying to be careful of.
Don't want to get foam on that. I'm going to go ahead and come into some of the heavier soiled areas with 10-to-1. Just soak those down as well.
Of course, Guy has this thing pretty well waxed. This is our retail store manager, Guy's side by side. He uses it quite a bit, but as Sam mentioned, we've had a really dry summer, so it's not very muddy. But as you can see, I did focus a lot of time on the undercarriage, which I'm going to let that foam do a lot of work because it's not high painted and it is going to be kind of the most exposed to the elements. But I'm going to let that foaming surface prep sit on the body panels for quite a bit of time. And Sam's kind of going overkill with foaming surface prep 10-to-1, which is going to be a higher concentration than what comes out of that foam cannon, so that we can get those heavier materials such as caked on mud and dirt off. As I did mention, I didn't do this one as much, but I can just approach this as a normal wheel and tire, and while my foam's working, since this wheel and tire package is so small, I'm simply going to hit it with wheel tire and mat cleaner. You can do the treads too if you're crazy.
Those are just going to get dirty right away.
Dave Ritchie asked, would you suggest using the new paint thickness gauge to check on custom painted bikes for tanks or fairings? Shameless plug for your new tool. Thank you, Dave. We did debut that tool a couple months ago. And yes, of course, the only concept with custom painted bikes is that you may have some Bondo or some body work just to flatten that tank out depending on the age. So that paint gauge might read very differently than just paint on a non-bondoed or hand-fabbed fuel tank or fairing. But yes, measuring is always a great step for a high-end finish. Again, with this side-by-side, it's not a high-end finish, which is one of its best attributes, so that it can be thrown around and treated like the dirty little pig that it wants to be. But yeah, we definitely would recommend measuring every time you're dealing with something high-end, sensitive, or expensive. One of the other things that Sam is demonstrating right now, he's getting right after it, as is typical,
doesn't dry,
is having some great washing tools. And in particular with all the exposed suspension work and undercarriage here, these bendable wheel brushes are excellent tools because you can get into and bend these brushes into hard to reach areas and do some cleaning that way. And we're going to see what's left after that foam is allowed to dwell. And getting some drying going on, some foam is dripping off, and that foam is brown. So we know that foam is doing its job. And the Cook family mentions that the floor is going to be slick. If you haven't been here before, this floor is a custom paint system that has a bit of aggregate in it, 2 different sizes, so that even when it is wet, we've got plenty of grip, so it's not very slippery at all. We wouldn't recommend this in everybody's garage, but for the nature of the use in this space, it is perfect.
We got our tire scrub brush going on the tires just like you would on your car. It's got tall enough bristles to get into the tread nicely on these knobby tires.
RHP Video asked, what was that concentrate that he was spraying after the foam? That was the same product, foaming surface prep, that we used in the foam cannon. However, it was diluted at 10:1. Now, as I mentioned, 10:1 is going to be stronger than the dilution ratio that comes through the cannon because you are still pushing water through the cannon. And so that is a higher concentrate. That's just better for using the chemicals alkaline nature to do some of that degreasing, some of that heavy cleaning. Not totally necessary, but we do recommend it on extremely soiled cars as a pre-treatment or pre-soak before foaming the entirety of it. So Sam was just going a little overkill. But when you have as much access as we do with this vehicle, why not let your chemical do a little bit more work?
Yeah, let the initial pressure in get more off of there.
And we do have a secondary bottle that helps you dilute it correctly to a 10:1 dilution ratio. So you can use one chemical in foaming surface prep and get a couple dilutions out of it.
And just wanted to show off that process, especially for a situation that is even dirtier than this one, that can be really useful for getting the most out of your first pre-wash, if you will. So smaller wheels, you definitely don't need as many brush options. Just doing all this work with the boar's hair detail brush and the small bendable wheel brush, which, like Nick said, both of these brushes can be used all over this thing, whether it's in the wheel wells or around the suspension or interior, really all over the place.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time here, so on the soak, so I'm gonna start the rinse whenever you get out of my way.
Out of your way here.
I'll get going on this side.
You can see plenty of dirt coming off in the runoff here.
Yeah, that's some brown water.
Yep.
That's what we like to see. We took that off without having to touch the vehicle, which is ideal.
Lots of heavy grit around the back end as well, where you're getting all that dirt clods kicked up by those rear tires. And really, like Nick said, during the initial rinse, this vehicle has pretty solid protection on it already, so you can see the amount of dirt coming off the body panels, a lot of the spotting coming off, without the need for any contact washing. Of course, we will come in with mist after this and hit those areas again just to make sure they're completely clean, but already coming nice and clean.
Now with using an alkaline cleaner, we're getting a ton of dirt off of it initially. Now, with a really heavily soiled vehicle, in particular like this, we're almost always going to have to hand wash.
Yeah.
But anything we can get off without touching it is going to be beneficial to preserving that finish, which is what we're already seeing in terms of how much we've gotten off just with those 2 steps. If you guys can see the discoloration in the foam, pretty sure that's coming through next to the bright white foams or bright white floor. So definitely getting a lot off this vehicle that we didn't want to push into the surface and make it dirtier.
Yeah, so the pressure washer is really your friend when it comes to these off-road vehicles. You know, doing this without a pressure washer is going to take a lot longer and be a lot more labor intensive. You're going to have to do a lot more agitating to get a lot of that grit off.
I'm having too much fun.
Oh yeah.
It's nice to clean a vehicle whose engine bay is so exposed, but yeah, we even just in the interior, we've got some bright white plastic elements that cleaned up pretty nicely.
Yeah, nice and easy. So let's go ahead and hit it with some mitts now.
Yeah. So again, we've done our initial soak, we've done our preliminary rinse. And again, based upon what came off, we're pretty happy. Now we are going to proceed with a contact wash, which if you were using a pH neutral product like our foaming surface wash for a non-heavily soiled vehicle, we could definitely just refoam the vehicle and touch it again. But since we chose the alkaline foaming surface prep, we're going to use a pH neutral soap for the secondary step and the agitation just to maintain any of the protection that is on the vehicle. Now, because the roof isn't painted, I'm not going to start at top, but I'm still going to kind of follow the same methodology of top to bottom. But with this painted plastic, I can be a lot freer in my process. I'm just not going to damage it nearly as much as a colored clear system on a modern vehicle. We have any good questions coming in?
Yeah, Don's willing way to ask about decal and what's best to use soap off or use scrub.
So again, if you had tall standing dirt clods, which is not uncommon if you've gone into some pretty heavy duty mud, that foaming soak is going to soften those up so that a lot of that will come off with a high pressure rinse. So if you can get the vast majority of that softened up or even removed in a foaming and rinsing process, it's going to make it that much safer when you actually do touch the vehicle with a hand washing process. We call this kind of the mechanical aspect of the washing process because you're actually touching and pushing. We want to try and do that chemically before we have to touch it, but again, it's just going to depend upon the sensitivity of your surface. And in general, with something like this, a side-by-side, pigmented plastic, not color clear painted, we're going to be able to be pretty aggressive in our approach.
Yeah, and like we were saying, it's really where the pressure washer comes in. And you definitely don't want to agitate off heavy mud, whether it be with a brush or a wash mitt. And if you have toys like this, you've probably got the cash to pick up a pressure washer to help clean them. It's really going to make a huge difference when it comes to your time and doing it easily without a lot of frustration. Heavy mud's no fun to try and wipe off with a mitt or a brush.
You know, we could crawl around this. Again, it's got some scuffs, it's got some marks. This thing's been used.
Oh yeah, if you know Guy, he definitely uses his
He's
toys.
been down in the dunes in Oregon, and I can actually just, you know, get up on this thing pretty easily to get the roof, which is another nice thing. I don't have to get out of step stool.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and get the mitts in the interior. Get off all the mud that we got sitting on the broad panels in there.
This is also where a brush can come in handy too, kind of a softer brush for some of these surfaces inside that are painted in a way, but Sam's just going right after it. It's pretty nice with the plush wash mitt.
Yeah, any of the heavy stuff in there. Just go ahead and hit it, do a quick rinse over it.
Yeah, so we'll do a quick rinse and then we'll talk about protection and any other materials that we want to protect here. But and in terms, and we'll also do a little correction talk as well on it.
I mean, Nick got the majority of all that heavy grit and contaminant off with that pre-wash and pre-rinse. So really we're just going after the light stuff with the contact wash, and this rinse is nice and easy. You can still see some heavy dirt coming off. You definitely want to be more, you know, if you're going to spend more time during one of the rinses, it should definitely be your initial rinse. Get the bulk of that heavy grit off first before you're touching the vehicle, and then come in and hit it with the mitts and do your detail work. And like Nick said at the beginning, you're not going to focus the pressure washer, you know, right on electronics just to be safe, but the interiors of these are obviously meant to get wet. So there's not a large concern with rinsing off the interior.
Let's give a better demonstration of how much dirt we got off there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of dirt on the ground. Probably 3/4 of it are already in the drains. I think there's still dirt seeping off those tires.
All right, so say we accomplished our goal pretty safely there.
Definitely.
So that's really the foaming and rinsing and mechanical washing aspect. We can dry this vehicle, and then we'll show you some correction potential and then also protection.
Yep.
All right. Stevie, any questions in the interim?
More good ones.
You guys are gonna have to repeat it because they can't hear you, but AR and Silicone asked if there's any special treatment for the decals.
When washing, not necessarily. And in particular with the foaming surface prep, I wouldn't have a lot of concern. What you're gonna be concerned with decals, in particular ones that are matte, are when you get into correction and changing their appearance. You know, if you polish, use a polish that you would use on paint on a matte decal, you could change its appearance and brighten it up and actually make it shiny and change its nature forever. During the washing process, no, there's not a lot of risk there.
Yeah, I mean, really just keep common sense in mind. Just don't get the pressure washer really close against the edges of the decals. You know, they're very durable for the most part on off-road vehicles. Not going to be a lot of risk, like Nick said. Just don't, focus the high pressure water right on the edge from 2 inches away, and you should be fine. Even then,
Yeah,
they probably won't come off.
You might be outside enjoying a few adult beverages and just don't fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. As with anything.
So,
For sure, like as a rinse aid. So Dave Ritchie asked if you would use ceramic 3-in-1, or you could also do ceramic speed shine on the wheels as you would for any other vehicle. And yeah, a rinse aid or a drying aid is a great way to get protection on a vehicle like this. You know, with all the intricate body panels, you don't necessarily want to, you know, use a wax or an all-in-one, although you can. It's just going to take a little bit more time and care. Using a rinse aid or even a foaming product like foaming polygloss or drying aid, great way to apply protection or maintain protection that you already have down.
Yeah, and again, we're going to talk through, you know, correction as if this thing had no protection on it, and what types of pads and polishes you could use to kind of beautify it or make it look better. But if you're simply doing this as part of a routine wash and you've got a good base layer and you know that, you take really good care of your off-road vehicle, then great. Yeah, you can use those drying aids, ceramic speed shine on a perfectly clean, still wet vehicle, or as I think it was Dave Ritchie, right, mentioned, on your wheels the same way.
Yeah, I would even use it, you know, a rinse aid or a product like foaming polygloss or ceramic wash and coat, like on this is all the exposed suspension. You know, usually, especially on a UTV, like a side-by-side like this, or on a nice, you know, nice dirt bike or ATV, usually you got quite a bit of money in those suspension parts, and they're most often anodized or clear coated in some way. So getting some protection on those, keep them nice and make them easier to clean.
Yeah, we did have a question too about salt prevention and or corrosion inhibition. There are specific products that are sold for that, but what you just mentioned, Sam, is a really good way to add some protection that won't and or hasn't been designed specifically for salt, but will definitely add some protection to maybe prolong when that corrosion would begin. And foaming polygloss and our ceramic wash and coat are great options for that. In fact, when I did the chassis swap on my Wagoneer, one of the first things I did to the Raptor lined underbody was do foaming surface prep to clean it, and then I did ceramic wash and coat on all of the new suspension components and underbody as a way to, you know, protect that and then make it easier to clean the next time I actually clean that undercarriage as thoroughly as I did the very first time. So a lot of this can start from, you know, the first time you take delivery of a toy like this, laying down a good layer of protection over everything.
Definitely.
Is a great way to start its life. But if you do get to a point where you've got a clean reset, hey, that's an opportunity to do exactly what Sam and I talked about. Had a couple questions about the snubby and the pressure washer tips as well.
Yeah.
We have been caught a couple times with these tips. These tips are high flow tips that follow typical pressure washer spray patterns. And yes, we will be debuting these shortly. Look for those sometime later this year. And as it relates to a snubby, this is actually an MTM product that we use in prototyping and benchmarking. It's a great tool. I think you guys will be happy to see what we have to offer if and when that does come to market. So neither of these are currently for sale at griotsgarage.com. That's just for full disclosure. And you can bet that we're going to have these for you all shortly. We like the snubby for, in particular, this application. When you have access to the undercarriage, you can get a foam delivering tool and or a high pressure rinsing tool into those spaces a lot easier than a longer lance. Not necessarily a problem on something like a boat or an RV or even large trucks and SUVs or most modern cars where you don't have a lot of access to the undercarriage or a lot of these exposed parts, but it doesn't mean that a snubby isn't always a really nice tool to have. So Sam's going ham on the drying, and while he's doing that, we're going to talk about protection.
Lots of tight spots to dry on this thing.
Yeah, it is weird. You know, you got a lot of access, but then all of a sudden you're trapping water in different places.
Yeah.
This would be a prime candidate for compressed air or a blower as well. And again, with a good base layer of protection, you're going to find that the water leaves the surface pretty quickly. So that's not really rocket science, but we just kind of talked through and demonstrated the approach we would take on this, which was not extremely soiled, but definitely soiled enough to say, and composed of enough materials that wouldn't be harmed. Hey, that we did a lot of work with that chemical foaming surface prep.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes down to protecting the balance of the surfaces, we do have that marine grade vinyl inside. We've got a lot of exposed plastic, again, the powder coated roll cage. And we're gonna treat most of the body materials like gel coats, where we can do pretty typical correction steps on them. So if we were simply chasing defects and had a specific protection package in mind, granted, for the type of use that this thing gets, I probably wouldn't pick Carnauba very often just because of lack of durability. However, you could use an orange correcting pad and or fast correcting cream and a white foam pad for some heavy duty correction if you're experiencing extreme oxidation. Or my preference has always been a one-step product on materials like these, like our ceramic all-in-one, our one-step sealant. And again, liquid wax 3-in-1 would fall into that category, but I wouldn't recommend a Carnauba protection package. So we're gonna focus on ceramic all-in-one. One of the other things that you'll find on these plastic cladded bodies is they don't necessarily hold contaminants as well as a typical color clear will on a painted car. And these things are generally like garage kept and used in environments where you don't have a ton of industrial fallout or embedded contaminants. That is not always true. I'm just making that statement. So when I feel the surface of this, knowing that, hey, we just saw a lot of dirt on it, it's actually quite smooth.
Yeah.
My fingers and hand are not getting grabbed or tugged by a lot of embedded contaminants. But if I were feeling this, I would clay it, much like I would any other painted surface on a car or truck. That's just good practice. If you're going to introduce a machine and do some polishing, we want to be sure that anything that's embedded in that paint doesn't get spread around, potentially causing more damage. So we're not going to clay this because we're not feeling it. And Sam, you can back me up. Come on.
Yeah.
Show the people.
Nice and smooth.
There you go.
Take the glove off.
Yeah, so sometimes we don't have to decontaminate if we feel a contaminant-free surface. And knowing that, again, this isn't ever going to be a show car finish and doesn't have a custom, two-stage paint job on it, without feeling that, throughout, I'm going to say that we're probably comfortable skipping a clay step on this specific vehicle.
Definitely.
That does not mean you can categorically skip it, but this one, with our just tangible or tactile approach of feeling it, I'm not feeling enough or any contaminants that are embedded that would say clay this first. So that may be a benefit of this type of paint system, and it is not typical to a lot of vehicles that are out in the world getting exposed to a ton of different elements, but we're feeling it here.
Yeah, and with the, all the intricate shapes of pretty much every panel on this side by side, you're definitely not going to need, a G15 or a G21 or even a G9, because that pad, you're going to run into a lot of areas where it's just not conducive to get across the surface. So we're going to recommend using, ideally the micro. This is going to make it nice and easy. It's lightweight. It's very maneuverable. You got the adjustable head for getting into some of these really tight angles that you have. Pretty much all side-by-sides, have panels like this where you got really tight angles and edges where that flex head is going to be really useful. And then a 2 or a 3-inch backing plate, probably both. You can also use the G13 or the G8 to get into the majority of these surfaces. And really that's going to be true whether you're working on a bigger off-road vehicle like this, an ATV, a dirt bike, or a motorcycle.
Yeah, and due to the nature of the material, what we tend to see the most is not really heavy swirl marks. It's going to be oxidation.
Yeah.
All right, you're taking these out in the desert. You've got high intensity sun. If it is stored outside, you might see that oxidation come. It's just not going to be as resilient of a material as a color clear on a metal bodied car.
Yeah, faded plastics, super common, and then lots of scuff marks, tree branches and whatnot.
Yeah, and in the interest of time, we are not going to correct this particular one, but we're going to jump to protection packages and then move on to the Harley so we can show a kind of different approach on a different material.
Yeah, don't want to spend all our time on that.
The point being, you can approach this with the same type of products and polishes that you would use on an automotive paint system, You do still have to decontaminate. You would still surface prep if you were trying to introduce protection, but it's going to be pretty simple, and it's really going to depend on what are you trying to fight. Heavy oxidation? Yeah, use a more aggressive approach and then follow with a protection step. And or an all-in-one step is going to definitely brighten and leave protection behind. Ceramic all-in-one being one of my favorites for these type of products. One of the biggest things as we transition to protection elements is going to be the polycarbonate or plastic windscreen. We have sold plastic polishes in the past, and really you have to introduce a plastic-specific polish for these materials if you are seeing scratching, hazing, dulling, yellowing.
Yeah.
And then likewise, as we transition to protection, you cannot use our glass sealant on a plastic windscreen. So you do have to treat this specifically. Right now we are in transition as it relates to our plastic polishing portfolio, but yes, a specific plastic polish is going to be what you want to clear up this windscreen. And that will be the same that we would say on a Harley in its windscreen and the dirt bike we've got in back.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the Boss creams are going to be okay to use if you really need something. I would say perfecting cream you can't get yourself into any trouble with on plastic, even if it's softer plastic if you do need to do some scratch removal. And then protection, I mean, ceramic speed shine is a great solution. Just make sure you've eliminated any streaks before you get in and drive.
These are two great questions that we've got to address from Chris Christensen and AR in SoCal. So I'll take the first one. Are fiber reinforced plastic panels such as the one on this ATV durable enough for aggressive polishes? That's a great question. The answer is yes, but do you need the most aggressive approach every time? 100% no. And it kind of parlays into the second question, but it just depends on what you are doing it for. If you are constantly chasing oxidation, it probably means you haven't ever completely removed the oxidation in one truly aggressive, thorough process. And as such, you'd find yourself doing aggressive methods more frequently. So I would propose you do one aggressive approach so you don't have to do as aggressive approach every time. But for the simple answer to your question, yes is the answer. They are durable enough for aggressive polishes and processes. I've used it myself. That doesn't mean if you're working on a 20-year-old heavily oxidized product that you want to go with the most aggressive approach first. We always suggest do no harm. You can always do more. You can't undo. So test. This being a newer vehicle with plenty of luster and no oxidation, I'm going to suggest an aggressive process is not necessary. But categorically, the answer is yes, but follow those golden rules and you should be okay.
Yeah, and in my experience from all the plastics that I've polished on dirt bikes and vehicles like this, really an orange pad and a good all-in-one, like ceramic all-in-one like Nick mentioned, are a great solution. Orange pad, if you need to bump it up a little bit to remove some heavier oxidation, the white pad, the fast correcting pad does a great job at that as well. And really with those, I mean, like Nick was saying, you don't usually need to go very aggressive or the most aggressive option on these. These vehicles are being used. Hopefully you don't need or want to necessarily make it perfect, because if you're using it, it's going to get scratched up the next time you have it out. If you have a side-by-side that's on nice wheels with candy apple red undercarriage and a show vehicle type thing.
Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. Some of those dune vehicles get pretty fancy, but a lot of those also, out in the dunes, they're probably not getting as scratched up as something like this that's being taken out on trails here in the Northwest.
Gets brush scratches. Deeper scratches such as brush scratches that are going to be tangible that you can catch with your finger. There's not any polish that's going to really remove those.
No, if it's too far into the plastic, yeah.
So once again, I think if you start with the kind of do no harm approach, you can always do more you can't undo. To Sam's point, you're going to get great results with an all-in-one and a medium density pad, and then you could pad flex into a more aggressive pad with a milder polish, probably get the results you're seeking.
Yeah, and I've always gotten better results, quicker results from the foam pads on plastics as well versus a microfiber or a wool pad.
Yeah.
The second question was the heat question, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So AR and SoCal asked, will the DA heat the plastic body faster than a metal vehicle? Yes, it can, but typically, unless you're going really aggressive on something like this, you're not going to have to worry about heat. I mean, a pigmented plastic, you can affect the plastic with heat, but you're not risking necessarily burning through a clear coat. And really, if you're doing the system that we just mentioned of an all-in-one and a foam pad, you're not going to risk running into any danger there in terms of damaging the plastic or the finish that's on it. As long as you don't fall asleep at the wheel and you're not sitting there trying to get a scratch out that realistically isn't going to come out anyways, you're not going to have any problems. So.
Well, and orbital versus rotary direct drive.
Yeah.
Right. So using a DA or an orbital is going to have lower heat generation. And then, of course, this goes back to just basic polishing. Don't do this in direct sunlight. Don't do it on a panel that's already hot and you're introducing temperature from the top down now.
Yeah.
So if you can do this in the shade when the surface is cool, very low risk of burning or affecting the plastic negatively when a dual action polisher is involved. And again, some people would say a direct drive rotary is going to be the fastest way to remove oxidation. Well, yeah, it is. It's going to be the fastest way to remove sanding marks as well. But the material that you're using it on should dictate your approach.
Yeah.
And I would say there's very few situations in which I wouldn't be happy with, again, that John Deere tractor. That thing was 15 years old, had a hard life.
Yeah.
Man, that guy made it look good. I guarantee you if I put my critical eye on it, I'd say it's not perfect, but it's a tractor, okay? It's not sitting on the lawn at Pebble Beach. So if you can bring back some life without getting it perfect and it doesn't look chalky green and it looks dark John Deere green or whatever their true green is, you're gonna have to temper your expectations. One, you just don't have the same material, and two, the nature of the use of this vehicle.
Yeah, set your expectations. Make sure you're not being unreasonable with the results you're trying to get to. It is an off-road vehicle.
All right, let's talk protection really quick. Those are great questions from both Chris and AR and SoCal. AR and SoCal, I feel like I've seen him here before. I don't know if he's ever won anything. AR and SoCal, let us know if you've ever won a giveaway from us because you've asked some really good questions and I'd love to give you a giveaway. So AR and SoCal, you're going to be our first giveaway winner. Email us at social@griotsgarage.com. If you have indeed won before, we'll figure out some way to make you happy, but really pointed questions. And Chris, I know we've given you something and you always ask great questions, so we appreciate that. Hopefully everybody learned something from both of those guys asking questions, and thank you for your participation. Okay, so we're going to talk protection. So say you had no need for correction, you find a contaminant-free surface, or no need for correction, a contaminant-free surface. I just want to lay down some protection so the next time it gets muddy or to stave off UV oxidation, I've got an easier cleanup job, or I don't have to polish and correct my side-by-side as frequently. Well, again, we've got multiple materials. We've got these black plastics that will have plasticizers that will inhibit UV. They can always be treated with a protection element, whether it be kind of a ceramic product that, like our ceramic trim wipes, or just a base dressing to make them look dark if that's silicone based. That should have some UV inhibition, like our vinyl and rubber dressing. It just won't be extremely durable. And then for these painted materials, I mean, I'm looking right where I look for a vehicle.
Yeah. Ceramic 3-in-1 wax is going to be really easy to use on all the plastics, all the painted surfaces, suspension even if you want to get some protection down there. And heck, I mean, you can even spray it onto the ABS, bare black plastic surfaces. It's not necessarily going to darken them if they faded, but it will help protect them from new and is a great way to preserve those finishes. And the self-cleaning ability of the ceramic family is, in my mind, one of the biggest reasons to use them on a vehicle that's being taken off-road, because it's just going to keep that dirt and mud and sand and whatever else from sticking and being difficult to remove.
Yeah, and like some of the areas that we're in, I mean, you're going to drive this right through like a little river fjord or like a little, like some water and get it splashing up, and it's going to have mud and all sorts of crap, and you could have
muddy trails.
The river kind of rinse your vehicle off and get a nice little refresh. I mean, I drove our family Suburban down to San Francisco and back, 2,000 miles, and it had a fresh coat of ceramic, and got a lot of dust on the way down, got some ash from some forest fires, and as soon as it rained, I was actually watching the car get cleaner, which is a crazy thing to see happen.
Yeah.
When generally rain in California is acid rain, it's got plenty of crap it's bringing with it, and all of a sudden my black car went from a dusty black car to a less dusty black car. It was insane.
Yeah, it's the way to go for sure. And then maintain it with ceramic speed shine. You know, or if you don't care to spend the time of putting a base coat down, at least using, you know, ceramic speed shine as a rinse or drying aid. And we mentioned foaming polygloss earlier too. I think I put that on your cart, but that's another great bottom shelf. Another great way to maintain an off-road vehicle like a dirt bike, ATV or UTV.
RV and boat as well.
Yep. During the washing process, you know, after you rinse off all the foam from your foaming surface wash or foaming surface prep, just foam this on, let it dwell for a minute or so, and then rinse it back off. Ceramic wash and coat's another good option. Of course, just do that in sections. Don't let it dry. Those are all great ways to get protection down on a finish.
Yeah, and that's a great one. You know, when we were talking about some of these processes applied to boats and RVs, if you want to lay down protection on these larger format, you know, toys, for lack of a better term, those are great ways to do it. And if you have a wash mop stick on an RV, you use foaming polygloss and can actually skip a step. We've talked about this in some of our other foaming lives, and use the foam from the foaming polygloss as your mechanical agitation step. That's actually going to help the polymers bond and give you plenty of lubrication to clean it. So you're saving time on a very large vehicle and adding protection, which is a great benefit.
Yeah, getting it on all the surfaces.
Yep.
So shall we turn to the Harley?
Yeah, and then finally, for any material surfaces on the interior of your UTV, some of them will have kind of more of a glossy or traditional vinyl. This is definitely kind of a more tactile, grippy.
Yeah, more of like a rubberized vinyl.
Rubberized vinyl. I could still use a product like Interior Detailer throughout the interior on non-painted surfaces for UV protection. It's not going to do anything from water repellency or self-cleaning, but that's really the last kind of protective and or wipe down step that I might do in the interior. For spot cleaning this stuff, you know, with organic stains, you know, if you're going in to scrub it, you know, we could use interior cleaner pretty easily. And then again, I'd still follow up with some UV inhibition or inhibitor, and I'd pick Interior Detailer for that job.
Yeah, or for gnarlier stuff, the citrus APC that we haven't talked about a whole lot, but a few different dilution ratios. That's great for interiors of vehicles like this, or, you know, seat on your dirt bike or ATV.
Yeah, that was a 20-to-1 for the cleaning aspect.
Yep. That'll help pull off, you know, any organic staining and some of that kind of dinginess that those surfaces tend to get over time, especially if they're a lighter color.
Yeah, my Ford Bronco, a new one, has marine grade vinyl and the washout floors. Citrus APC at 20-to-1 is the only product that I use on the interior, in particular because it's generally like muddy foot marks from my lovely children. But it does get dingy, right? It's like WeatherTech floor mats. They don't look extremely dirty. They just kind of lose their color. And that's a great product to bring it back.
Yeah. And even though we showed you this stuff on a side-by-side or UTV, all of this works on, you know, dirt bikes, ATVs,
jet skis,
any off-road toy, jet skis, a lot of it on boats as well.
Yeah, 20-to-1 interior was really what saved me in my most recent boat detail, because our boat is uncovered and it get just a lot of like bug crap and like spider stuff. It's just this little spots. And this is alkaline enough that it actually starts dissolving some of that stuff. It makes kind of the wipe down, as opposed to agitating with a brush, a much easier cleanup process.
A lot less labor involved.
So this isn't for every interior surface, but it's great on those kind of weatherized interior materials that are on UV exposed interior surfaces such as this side-by-side or a boat. So great option there. All right, we're going to talk about this Harley. Matt might want to reposition this,
out of the way.
these cameras really quick, but that is everything on the side-by-side, and we're going to talk about kind of a high-end finish approach for something like this big hog here. And good God, we had to schlep this thing around without turning it on. It is a big hog. I mean, I don't know how much this bike weighs. It's got to be 1,000, 1,200 pounds. Definitely a touring bike. You know, doesn't have big ape hanger handlebars. It's meant for, you know, riding to Sturgis comfortably.
Yeah, very.
So we're going to reposition these cameras so you guys get a little bit closer look on this Harley. But as you can see, you know, we did want to talk about motorcycles because that's another type of vehicle that we don't talk about a lot, but we do have a lot of products, polishers that can be used very effectively. And in fact, if you only own bikes, we have stuff that you may not need some of the bigger stuff. And quite frankly, if you don't, you know, if you only own bikes, you may not need a foam cannon. You may not need a lot of water-based washing materials and processes for this. So let's follow our process, and we're going to do a material assessment on this.
All right. So we've got, I mean, pretty much everything on here is painted or chrome. You've got some bare plastics being on the, you know, on the dash up here, around your, you know, your guards there, some rubber footrests and pedals, and some bare plastics up here. So that's going to be, you know, relatively self-explanatory, same kind of products that we mentioned using there, although all of these are matte plastics, so you're not going to want to do any polishing on them like you would on glossy plastics. And then you have some painted metal and some painted plastic, which for the most part you're going to treat the exact same because it's all clear coated.
Right. That's the important distinction, right?
Yeah.
We've got metal fuel tank, we've got plastic little luggage bags, but the finish is color clear, almost certainly based upon it having flake, a lot of gloss and luster, and knowing, you know, the nature of Harleys. We've got a million black Harleys out there.
Yeah.
Some older ones may be single stage, but they're all painted.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't impregnated plastic like we just got done dealing with on that side-by-side. This is definitely a two-stage system.
Yep. Yeah, painted metal fender, you know, plastic fairing, wind guard area. You have clear motorcycle windshields, in my experience, are usually Lexan. I'm pretty sure that's still the same on newer bikes as well. Some older bikes may be, you know, a harder polycarbonate, but most are going to be, I think, a Lexan type material. I know we recently had a Harley windscreen brought in, you know, and it had Lexan stamped on it. And then you have the light lenses, which are normally a clear plastic as well, just like on a vehicle. Some older bikes you might have some glass lenses on.
Yeah, and then as we mentioned too, we have a wheel and tire package. Definitely going to be most likely on a Harley in particular, some element of chrome. It may have a clear coat on it, so we can do some tests there. But without an enormous barrel, we're going to approach the wheel and tire a little bit differently as well. Now, if I were focused on the front wheel, being that the rear wheel is so obscured by most of the bodywork and the luggage bags, I could use a traditional water-based wheel, tire, and mat and tire cleaning and/or tire cleaner on that. And that's what I'll probably say you could do, but I can also do that waterless. Mm-hmm. The other aspect that's leaning me towards a waterless approach with this is the intricacy of this bike. Yep. We have all those different materials that you suggested. We have something that resembles leather. It may or may not be actual leather, but would not respond well to an alkaline foam or really a lot of soap sitting on it for a prolonged period of time, unlike the side-by-side that we just handled. So, seeing a radio exposed, all the gauges exposed, this is a higher end bike that we're going to treat a little differently. Now, the other thing, I'm not taking this Harley off-roading.
Yeah.
Most likely, this is meant for cruising down the interstate. So we're going to deal with a little bit more typical level of soiling, and knowing that a bike is almost invariably stored indoors, because I heard stories about how easy it is to steal a Harley with a couple of pieces of metal and 4 very strong guys. In fact, I think it was a biker gang in California that one of our friends at the Good Guys told us about, how they used to steal custom bikes that way. I'm going to suggest that getting this in the garage, one of the methods that I would approach is looking at a detail spray, right? Something simple like a speed shine. This thing's pretty darn clean. Or something like a rinseless wash method for all of the exposed exterior surfaces. And because those are really controllable products, right? I'm spraying speed shine directly onto either a towel or the material I'm attempting to clean, or simply applying a soaked towel and rinseless wash and wax on the area that I want to clean. I don't have to worry about a ton of water getting into this very high-end finished engine or behind the pipes, places where I don't want a lot of water to be stuck and or built up.
Yeah.
Versus, again, even in the bike world, like we have more modern sport bikes that will have vinyl seating surfaces and are a little more compact. Hey, I might foam them, but they also don't have exposed radios. They don't have leather. It's totally different, and it comes back to just our material assessment to guide our approach.
Yeah, important to mention it, like in the event that something like this was really heavily soiled, you could foam it, but you're just running some more risks. Like Nick has mentioned, you're definitely going to want compressed air or a blower to get water out of all of those intricate areas before you are letting it sit and etch or leave spots. And then, like Nick said, you wouldn't want to leave the soap on some of these surfaces. But really, the gnarliest soiling that we have on this Harley is bugs on the front end, which that's going to be, you're going to be able to address that with a good rinseless wash, potentially some bug and smudge remover if you need to introduce that if they've been sitting for a while and are more caked or baked on. But other than that, it's really just dusty. It's probably been taken out on a few long rides, and summertime you're not picking up a ton of grit, but definitely have a good amount of dust, a little bit of pollen on there to take care of. So what do you think we should use?
I think we
hit
could
it with a rinseless.
Yeah.
Scott is asking if you guys have any advice on heavily oxidized or corroded exhaust tips to prepare for polishing.
To prepare for polishing, so obviously we're talking cleaning ahead of polishing.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, I apologize. Scott Dayhoff asked, do you have any advice on heavily oxidized or corroded exhaust tips to prep for polishing? So we're talking about cleaning ahead of polishing, and obviously that's going to mean that you're fighting less materials that are either embedded or on that.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've found I really like on exhaust tips recently is citrus all-purpose cleaner at 4-to-1.
Yep.
Again, that alkaline product finds a way to kind of cut through that kind of exhaust buildup, and exhaust tips being low to the ground, you do get a lot of oil stuff from the road kind of coming up onto them, and it helps to cut those off pretty well.
Yeah.
Using a brush and or a soft bristle brush, or even those bendable wheel brushes, you can get into the exhaust tips a little bit, because I know like on Corvettes you've got 4 big flutes.
Yep.
And they're polished down to about 3/4 of an inch inside the tip, and those tend to get very black and soiled. So yeah, that's generally what I've been using. Our citrus multi-purpose cleaner aerosol is another great product for that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And then a lot of exhaust tips that I've worked on, you run into a lot of tar, especially on the underside. So a good tar and sap remover to get that removed. Our trigger spray tends to be my favorite, but the aerosol is a great product as well. So you can get all the initial soiling off with the APC or the citrus, and then any tar that's left behind, let that soak with some tar and sap remover, and come in and wipe that off. If you're working on chrome pipes, you do want to be careful with tar. Try to wipe it off spot by spot instead of like dragging, where you're pulling tar and potentially abrasives off and scratching the chrome. So definitely want to watch out for that. And then important to mention that if you're dealing with too much corrosion, especially on a chrome pipe, if you have rust, it may be through the chrome plating. And in that case, you're not going to be able to polish that back to perfection.
You'll make everything around it look really good, but
Yeah.
pitting is another common thing,
Yep.
right? You see it on wheels a lot too. If you don't stay up on your cleaning and that stuff works its way through your finish, you're going to have some black spots that hopefully will be minimized by the appearance of everything around it. But at some point you may just not be able to remedy those.
Yeah. Good thing about pipes and tips is they're usually pretty easy to replace.
Yeah.
Not always cheap, especially on a nice Harley.
$20 eBay special.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Now, all right. So we're just going to use speed shine on some of these painted surfaces, and then we'll talk about kind of the approach with some of the leather and some of the plastics. Really, again, speed shine, not that hard to understand. It's really a mist and wipe product. It's going to be limited to light soiling like what we're seeing here, but it's going to easily remedy dust, pollen, bird droppings, fingerprints. And then if you're worried that it looks a little more soiled, that's when we'd say, hey, step it up to rinseless wash and wax, where you could mix up a bucket of solution, use a damp cloth, get a little bit more water in the process for lubrication and pick up that heavy soiling a little better.
Definitely. So a couple of tips to always follow a speed shine, whether you're doing it on a motorcycle or a vehicle, any a car, any painted surface. Mist the product on. You don't need a ton. Big point with a motorcycle, you're going to have a lot of overspray, so make sure you pay attention to that and wipe that up. But always have your towel folded in half twice. Gives you 8 clean sides to work with. And then you're going to want to either use a 2-towel method, where you have a second towel to come in and dry with, or flip and turn. Well, you're going to want to flip and turn a lot regardless, but move in one direction. Really need hardly any pressure. You want to just float that towel, and you use the leading edge of the towel, turn as you go to ensure that you're not, pushing dust or dirt into the surface. Don't wipe back and forth, because that's just going to encourage swirls or scratches. And then come in with a second towel and buff it dry. Really easy to get streak free. Some overspray up here like we talked about. I would be careful, speed shine has a little bit of silicone in there. Can make, seating surfaces a little slicker than you might be used to. So if you get any on there, I would probably come in with, a product like interior cleaner, interior detailer, and just wipe back over the seat, or address those surfaces with those specific products, so that you're not, making your seat slick for when you're leaning into corners. And then just repeat the process around the entire motorcycle.
Yeah, and we've actually got, for as big of a bike, we don't have a ton of painted surfaces here. We've got just a healthy blend of materials and finishes, which is why, again, I think we're opting for this about as light of an approach as possible.
Yeah. Speed shine's also great on chrome. Great way to clean it before you get ready to polish it, if you do need to do that. Got some looks like some kick up from a puddle or something that was rode through. So I'm just gonna kind of soak my towel, go over that.
Gotta tell Dell to watch while he's riding.
A little bit of pitting in that bar there, which that looks like it'll probably come out with polishing. Just nothing too bad.
Stevie's doing our job for us over there. We've gone a lot of time without mentioning our promo. So if we've inspired you to use any of the products that we've been talking about, and you want to make an order tonight, we do have an ongoing special. Spend $40 at griotsgarage.com, and you get a free 2-pack of our 16x16 PFM terry weave towels using the code SMLCZ at checkout. So that is our gift to you for your business. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. We're going to talk about, once we're done cleaning, how we can improve and protect some of these materials as well.
Just for time's sake, we're going to have to come back over some of this stuff.
Yeah, once you get Sam going, he doesn't stop.
So the Dell doesn't nitpick us.
Yeah. So again, we talked about the material composition. We talked about Speed Shine being safe on chrome, being safe on a lot of these plastic materials. That would be, what I would recommend for the cleaning, the initial step to get the vast majority of the soiling off. And if you have any doubt about it being a little too dirty, again, a rinseless methodology, mixing that concentrate in a wash bucket and using soaked towels would be another great way to just safely clean this. We did talk about the concept of this being a 2-stage paint job, so color clear. So from a correction standpoint on the paint, once again, we're going to go back to checking for contaminants in it. If we do not find contaminants because of how this is stored and the general nature of it, we are going to be able to go straight to polishing. If not, definitely use a clay bar or a surface prep tool to do the decontamination in preparation for a polishing step.
Yeah, and like if I were to hit this front end, there's definitely some bugs up here. I would probably switch from Speed Shine to like rinseless. This is 15-to-1 rinseless wash and wax at the very least, or dilute some in a bucket to address that. But yeah, when it comes into decon, let's see if we have one on the cart, the synthetic clay, and I would probably pull out a clay towel for this as well to get into some of those really tight, harder to reach areas that you're not going to be able to get into with the Brilliant Finish synthetic clay pad. That's going to be really useful in reaching into some of these painted areas that it's just going to be a little more clumsy to with the large pad. And most of your contamination, at least, I haven't detailed too many motorcycles, but the ones that I have done, a lot of it ends up being on the front end. The rear surfaces typically don't get too bad.
Yeah. And again, we're going back to, we've prepped and deconned, as Sam mentioned, the tools and just the order and the process. When it comes to polishing, this is small enough that you can do a lot of this by hand, without a doubt. This is in good enough shape, you can do a lot of this by hand.
Yeah.
However, this bike does not have a lot of body work relative to some modern sport bikes that have a lot more decals and paint. And so a machine to me is always the best way to get the best results from polishing.
Yeah.
But because these body panels and spaces are so small, I'm going to suggest a smaller format tool, such as our G8, which will have the shortest stroke so you can get into the tightest spaces, and you can go from a 3-inch to a 2-inch to a 1-inch pad with that extension. A G13, which can feature a 3 or 2-inch backing plate, or our micro polisher, as Sam already showed, which can do 3, 2, and 1-inch in orbital modes to get into those tight spaces, get to a swirl-free finish, and then be prepared for protection. Now, with these 2-stage paint systems, you might be fighting swirl marks. You might need a more aggressive approach. Keep in mind the material that is under, or that the paint is on, just as we mentioned, ideal conditions, contaminant-free. You can always do more, you can undo. I feel like all-in-one products are a great product for this, but I'd feel no fear approaching this with fast correcting cream, with wool pads, with microfiber pads. You could definitely take a more aggressive approach with this type of paint system.
Yeah, I mean, a vehicle like this, a bike like this, you're definitely going to want to go more for the perfect end of the spectrum.
Especially if you're going to Sturgis and you're going to go show off.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of something like this is to, take it out on a beautiful day and show it off. A lot of times you're, riding with buddies, with a club, and, you gotta have some bragging rights and something to razz your friends about their bike not looking good as yours. So go for the perfect end of the spectrum. And like Nick mentioned, I mean, again, the flexibility of that is going to give you a lot more versatility, especially because you have a lot to work around with the bars and the chrome everywhere, and these kind of big swooping front fairings and saddlebags and surfaces like that. You're seeing a lot of matte on modern motorcycles as well, which obviously you cannot polish with a machine or by hand. You want to keep anything abrasive away from that. So if you do have a matte finish on all of your bike or some of it, you see it a lot on wheels, saddlebags, things like that, or the whole entire bike is painted with it. Stay away from anything abrasive on those surfaces, obviously. Our water spot remover is a great way if you get any spotting on a matte finish, and then just keeping it very well protected. And the ceramic family does do a pretty good job on that. Test it first to make sure you're happy with the finish. You might get a light sheen from what you're used to, but I've used ceramic 3-in-1 wax on several matte finishes with really good results.
Yeah, and again, I'd say on a sport bike, you're gonna have a lot bigger body surface too, but it's still not gonna be big enough to demand a large format tool.
Yeah, and a lot of the heavier areas, something worth touching on that you're gonna see heavier defects, was what I'm talking about, are gonna be areas that, you know, your legs are making contact with as you're riding. So, you know, the lower portions of the tank, if it's a street bike, you know, or a sport bike, you're going to be leaning over the top of the tank. A couple of the street bikes that I've worked on, that's, you know, you get tons of marring and, you know, faded finish on the top of the tank. So you may want to come in there a little more aggressive with a fiber pad, microfiber, and a product like Fast Correcting Cream to make your way through all that and get it back to a nice finish. Yeah. But usually, you know, motorcycles, I'd say, as a, you know, general statement, don't have as heavy of defects as you know, cars and four-wheeled vehicles do.
Yeah, and let's talk about the other materials really quickly too, because we are running up against time. With polished chrome, we're going to still recommend, you know, using a machine application. You may not be able to get a machine into some of these spaces. Good thing about our ceramic metal polish is that it is super effective by hand as well. The abrasives that are within it are effective with a hand application and a machine application. And with something that's as well maintained, you might just be looking at some dulling and some pitting that can be remedied really easily by hand. And it may make more sense to apply it to a microfiber towel as opposed to a pad to get around some of these tubular chrome aspects. Or even, I know there's some you know, polishing towels or processes that recommend, you know, kind of stringing the towel on the back end of an exhaust pipe.
Kind of shoe shine technique.
Exactly, to kind of get behind it. And the beauty of the ceramic metal polish is that it will have ceramic protection within it. So it's a one-step process.
Yeah, very capable product too, even though it is, you know, technically an all-in-one where you're combining protection and polishing ability. It's very capable. So I mean, I would say any spotting or the vast majority of it that you're seeing in chrome, this will handle. You shouldn't necessarily have to step up to something heavier like the heavy duty metal polish, which usually don't recommend on chrome. You can if you really need to. Great on polished aluminum and such, but ceramic metal polish, you know, one of Richard's demands when we were developing this product was that it will not mar or haze an expensive chrome finish. So we tested this on, you know, some high-end chrome finishes to ensure that it would not do that, and it finishes down very nicely while still being very capable, whether you use it on a machine or by hand. So, but usually on a motorcycle, by the time you get done with all that chrome, you're gonna have sore fingers, you know, wrapping the towel around and getting into tight spaces, or using swabs if you need to, if you want to go that crazy.
A combination of both is probably ideal for your larger metal surfaces.
Definitely.
You know, you can definitely get the run of that exhaust pipe with a machine pretty easily, and that's a really big piece and feature of this bike.
Yep.
You know, your air filter box here or cover would be another one where a machine's just going to make it easier. Your struts here, your wheels, your little complementary lights,
front of the mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, on a Harley, you're definitely paying for some type of either chrome or clear-coated chrome. That's going to be worth investing the time in polishing. You want that pop, you want that contrast. If you got a black Harley with some chrome, I know that's really rare, but making both those things look as good as possible is only going to help your street cred when you're dragging around in a Harley. For the windscreen, we're going to default back to the recommendation we gave you with the side-by-side. Look for something that is specific to plastic polishing. You can get away with our perfecting cream or correcting cream in a pinch. I would use softer pads for that. That is not a pure recommendation. I'd still say bias it towards a plastic specific product. but those will probably not do damage.
Yeah.
And can remedy some of the scuffing and oxidation that might be present. And then lastly, again, we're jumping pretty fast right now, but just want to make sure that we answer these questions. The same leather surfaces that we wanted to protect by not dousing the entire vehicle with foam would be great candidates for, in this particular case, knowing that this is leather or leatherette, our odor neutralizing leather cleaner, or interior cleaner to get rid of organic stains and kind of prep the leather for a protection step. And then since these are exposed to UV, I would recommend our leather 3-in-1 spray, which can be used on leatherette and leather and will have UV inhibitors within it. So that'll work to protect those leather elements. And some guys, you know, they got some, flare or fringe on some of the older Harleys, and actually your saddlebags.
Leather saddlebags, that's what I was gonna say.
Saddlebag was the word that was like failing me. I was calling these luggage carriers a total idiot. So yeah, your saddlebags, some of those are traditionally leather. That'd be a great product for that leather that's right out in the sun, nothing's protecting it all, no tinted windows. That would be my go-to choice. It also is not gonna be the most rich leather restorative product that we have, so it won't create like a slick surface or an oily surface.
Or necessarily change the color of it. Of course, if it's faded, it'll help bring it back to that natural finish. But, and a lot of times our leather products with seating surfaces will actually give them a little more grip. But just make sure.
It'll make them more tactile, right?
Yeah.
Like,
just it's going to soften it, make it more supple, and give it a little more grip. But just make sure before you get on the bike and go for a ride, you know, check that your seat is not slick. And I don't think we mentioned it. A lot of you motorcycle guys already know this, but don't put dressing on your tires.
Thank you.
Do not ever dress a motorcycle tire.
Unless you really want to die.
Yeah, whether it's on a Harley or a dirt bike or a street bike, do not put dressing on or around your motorcycle tires. And then also, you know, if you're spraying something with silicone around an exposed brake rotor, of course, most things, you know, like silicone and speed shine or any of this, you know, any of the protective elements in the ceramic products are going to burn off as soon as that pad hits the metal. Anything heavy silicone should not go around those areas either. But as long as you're not using tire dressing on your tires, you shouldn't have anything to worry about around your
and
brake
sport
rotors.
bikes, you may not even have a sidewall. This has a little bit of a sidewall that I'd say, you could get away with dressing that sidewall, but you better not get onto the tread.
Well, I wouldn't even
any of your contact
touch it.
Yeah, so don't, you know, if you're gonna push it, do not get it on any contact patch. Please, please, please. Not recommended from Griot's Garage. We warrant no suggestion that way. Our liability ends with this statement. Thank you much.
Don't do it. And keep it off your stepping and pedal surfaces as well. Any sort of dressing.
So really, again, with motorcycles, it follows that same concept. Assess the materials, know the materials, and approach it based upon what you think is best in your soiling level, and it'll be pretty safe. On some of these plastics, again, I would look towards a vinyl and rubber dressing or even interior detail, or at least on this dash component. And then on the mirrors themselves, you could use a glass cleaner, ceramic glass cleaner, no problem. But on the plastic, you know, I would not recommend glass sealant. We will reiterate that once again. One of the guys asked, can you use ceramic washing coat on the bike? If you're intending to foam the entirety of the bike, ceramic washing coat is a great product to use for that. Or a bucket wash. You know, you could definitely do that product as well.
Just don't let it dry.
Yeah.
As we've mentioned before.
Yeah, so there's definitely an element, you know, as I said, you know, protecting my undercarriage of this freshly, you know, Raptor-lined Jeep body. I did washing coat on it. It wasn't knowing that, I'm going to get years of protection. It was just, hey, this is going to be some type of protection that's going to make it easier to clean the next time. That same thing applies to where you could get that foam, but you're going to have to follow it pretty quickly with a rinse. And then if you are, you know, foaming a motorcycle, get some compressed air, blow that water out so it doesn't sit anywhere, cause a water spot, or just an unsightly, you know, just mineral stain. But yeah, I really think that that's motorcycles in a nutshell. They're not very complex. Skew your tool size down, the same brushes we were showing that give you great access to some of those exposed areas. They're great, but high-end finishes, intricate bike like this Harley, you know, I'm staying away from water generally. Now on a dirt bike, again, I'd kind of treat that more like I treated this side by side and probably foam the thing because of the level of soil that it's going to get, the mud and all of that.
Yep.
So we didn't get a chance to demonstrate on a dirt bike, but again, that kind of falls in the same category as a side by side for me.
Yeah. Well, I think
Outside of tire dressing.
Oh,
Don't do tire
yeah,
dressing.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, like we said, same exact applications for the most part. And dirt bikes are super easy to clean with a foaming system. I mean, that takes a lot of the effort out of it.
Yep.
And I think, I mean, there's enough to talk about. We'll probably have to do this one again and focus next round a little more on, you know, street motorcycles.
We got a
versus,
handful of them back there, but
off-road.
they're all in pretty darn good shape too.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. We can do some polishing demos and stuff, but really, I mean, the main things we've touched on, and having a small platform or compact tool is going to be a huge benefit. I would do the whole dang motorcycle. Granted, you could use a large orbital up here. I wouldn't even bother with the curves and contours.
Yeah.
Just stick with your smaller platform tools.
Okay, well, hopefully you guys liked this live. Hopefully we taught you something you didn't know, or at least showed you the things that can be done, and covered some toys and things that we normally don't do. But once again, we've got an active sale going on right now. So if you spend $40 with us at griotsgarage.com, you can utilize the code SMLCZ for a free set of PFM Cherry Weave towels with your order. And thank you very much for watching. Make sure you subscribe or tune in on Friday for our No Questions Left Behind. We've got a big list of questions that we're going to have to address, Sam.
Yep.
So we'll get after that, and we'll come back to you guys on Friday, and then we'll see you in just over, I guess, just a month on September 20th for our next YouTube Live, which will focus on, what did we decide? Basic polishing. So we'll get back into some deeper dives on polishing. Maybe one of the things we'll teach basic polishing on is a motorcycle.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
All right, well, thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Have fun in your garage.
Have fun in your garage.